Right, just just going to do some very quick checks just to make sure the sound and everything is working. So just bear with me for a moment. Right, just going to do some very quick checks just to make sure. Yeah, that'll do. Right, just sorting out a few things, sorry. Yeah, so I'm just going to basically continue on from the last stream. So where we left off, we'd found this quite unique looking standard rifle, but with, or standard mid rifle, but with these black long crystals. They come in sort of either sort of half the length crystals or these long ones, but I found a few of these in different colour crystals like turquoise and green and all different sorts, and red I think, but I haven't yet found this particular type of gun with black crystals, so I'm going to try and find this in S-Class. So this might take 10 minutes, but it could take potentially a couple of hours. It just depends how quickly we can get through the settlements, and basically just relying on a bit of RNG luck. The colours of this, I would have preferred something a bit different. This is quite sort of bland looking, really, white and what is it, like a sort of creamy colour, a creamy brown. So I would have preferred possibly something a bit better. I don't like these sort of turquoisey and white decals either. But it is what it is. It's black crystals, so we're going to get cracking on. A big shout out to my continued #1 fan, the Earthman Beats, continuously, relentlessly trolling me still at the moment. I think we're up to about 30 settlements now he's blocked. So it's great, it's given me some extra coverage, and for anyone that doesn't know and isn't aware of this troll that's on my case, guy called Earthman Beats, just make sure to pop over to his YouTube channel and leave him a few comments to show appreciation, because he's doing a really good job of blocking my settlements at the moment. So biggest fan. I'm loving the fact that he's spending all of this time going out of his way, going to my S-Class locations and putting a base down and thinking that he's clever blocking people off, but he's not at all. It takes 5 seconds to remove his base and it's a complete waste of time, so the guy's an idiot. So anyway, let's get cracking on. So we've got, I think we've got enough maps for the moment, so this will do for now. While I'm gonna continue this stream, hopefully we'll find the S-Class quickly, but what I'm going to do is just after I've hopefully found the S-Class relatively quickly, we hope, I'm going to change my character look. So I'm going to get rid of this starting suit that I started with. Obviously going to continue to build out the ship space, continue to build out the inventory space, because this is going to be a save that I'm keeping. And I need to get the matter beam. I know I've already got that, so that's good. And I'll probably want to find an actual system ship as well. So I don't want to always just kind of rely on this easy golden vector, as much as I like this ship a lot. I do like to have a couple of different ships to sort of chop and change between. So perhaps during the stream as well, we'll keep a sort of close eye on what ships appear in each system that we go to. So yeah, let's get cracking on. And it's my birthday today, so this is going to be a couple of hours stream on my birthday. I thought, why not? Why the hell not? I'm just going to refresh my memory just to see what's what in terms of class. So that's the C class. What we like for nav data. Yeah, we've got enough for the moment. Right. Dave UK, how's it going, Austin? Yes, very well, thank you. All good. Hump day today. We're not far away from the weekend, so I'll start getting a little bit more lively on a Wednesday, knowing that it's only a couple of days left now. How's it all going with you? Happy birthday, thank you very much. It is indeed my birthday today, the 23rd of March. It's just, as you get older, it's just another day, but a little bit older and a little bit wiser, we hope. But yeah, it's a little bit annoying that it's on a Wednesday, because I would have probably have done if it was like on a Thursday or Friday, or even at the weekend would be better. I'll probably go for a few drinks somewhere, or a nice bite to eat. But no one's really ever around Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, so just a nice chilled one today. Still had to work. All good here, thanks, same. Looking forward to the weekend. Yep, always look forward to the weekend. Right, what is this? This is a B, so we've got the C, the B and the A. I think there was one other tool. I think there was 4 in this system altogether. But I mean, hopefully we can get this done relatively quick. I'm not going to mess around. I'm just going to sort of go as fast as I can between each settlement. But yeah, I mean, I've got to spend a bit of time on this save, because I just need to get all of the inventory slots and everything all maxed out as I'm going along as well. So there is a bit to do. I'm not just going to do some multi-tool hunting on this save. I'm going to do kind of a bit of everything, really. The only thing that I won't do is building. I haven't got time for that rubbish. I've done enough of that as well over the last few years. Right, so yeah, this is the A class. This is the one that we're after. So we're going to keep going. Delta 1246. Hey Austin, wanted to thank you for getting me into multi-tool hunting. I found a few good ones this past week and will post some videos on YouTube and the index. Thanks man, no worries at all. Yeah, it's not the most interesting thing to do for many people. It certainly can be quite tedious, even for me. But it's the end result that I like. Oh, I should have gone to that settlement in the background there. It's the end result that I like, and it's the end result that I always think about when I'm doing a hunt. And like I said, most of the time I've actually got sort of earphones in and listening to music. I don't really listen to the sort of in-game sounds that much when I'm hunting, because it's the same old shit every time, isn't it? But yeah, it's good that that was the sort of main reason really for kind of doing this, was to show you kind of what I do, but to educate people. That's the fourth. So this is the fourth tool in this system. So yeah, it was just to kind of keep everyone up to speed on what I do, how I do it, educate everybody, and if we get one extra multi-tool hunter in the community on the back of any of my videos, then that's good enough for me. But if we can get a few, so we can get some good tools found and logged and stuff for everyone else, then good stuff. There can be something relaxing in the grind. Yeah, there can be, especially when you're new to it like yourself. But come back to me on that when you've done about 2,000 or 3,000 hours of it. And it can get a little bit tedious at times. I think the thing is with hunting is, if it was like if you knew before going on any hunt, if you knew it was going to take a maximum of 1 hour, right, that's fine, because you can sort of plan around it. You know how long it's going to take, and you know what's going to be expected. But the thing with hunting tools is, it could take you 5 minutes, or it could take you literally 5 to 10 hours. The longest, so what I used to do, but I just try and speed things up a bit more these days, is I use these here and basically save on every one of these, because then it keeps a track record of, in your discoveries tab here, it keeps a track record over here of how many settlements that you've been to, and with like no bullshit, no kidding, the most that I've ever had to go through on one planet is over 240 settlements. That is a long grind, and I've probably had, I would say, at least 25 to 30, well over 100. So you've got to basically expect my actual literal average in terms of how many settlements I have to find before I discover any S-class tool is 48. So that is my, up until literally about maybe 15 to 20 finds ago, I recorded every single amount of settlements that it took me to find each S-class. I kept it on an Excel spreadsheet just so that I could see exactly what my average is. And my average is, it was, and probably still is, 48 settlements. So I know for a fact that just on average it will probably take me a couple of hours to find each tool that I start out to hunt, and it could be double that. So that's the only annoying thing about tool hunting, is it could take you 10 minutes, but it literally could take you 10 hours. You just don't know how long it's going to take. But you've just got to keep sort of plodding along and don't give up. But yeah, 48. I think lava lamps is similar to that. I think pretty much if everyone did it, everyone would probably average around the 40 to 50 mark in terms of how many settlements you've got to go through to get the S-class. And some might take 1, some might take 10, but you'll get a lot that take 100, 150, 180. You'll get a few that take over 200. You'll never get that on a moon, because the most you'll probably see on any moon is about 65 to 70 before you start being sent back to settlements that you've previously been to. So yeah, moons are a bit different, and that is why I actually avoid moons at all costs, because there's many occasions been in the past with me where you just simply run out of settlements, and then you've got to go to a different planet anyway. So I just avoid them. Fair enough, yeah. But yeah, you've just got to be happy, and you've got to accept that it could be a grind ahead of you. As long as you're alright with that, then everything's good. But what I'm doing now, just going in, literally checking the cabinet and going straight back out, not interacting with the NPC, not picking up the nanites, not picking up the nav data, you know, just completely cutting out everything. This is essentially the quickest way that you can look for tools, and as you can see, it's not speedy. There's no sort of quick way around tool hunting. It's a very long-winded process. which I've said a few times, that is the main reason why a lot of people don't do it. It's too much of a grind. Yeah, I look forward to seeing those tools that you've posted. So yeah, make sure you share them on the index, and I'll have a look at them. Delta says, I played a ton of Elite Dangerous, and the big difference in No Man's Sky is it's easy to break up the grind with other activities. Multi-tool hunting can be very multi-purpose if you try. Yeah, there's a few things that you can do in between each hunt. So you can always grab these, the NPC here in every settlement. They will give you a reward. It could be a multi-tool, could be nanites, units, various different things. And then there's generally, most of the time, there's what they called the technology modules. There's always one. If you see two of these huts, there's always one of these to grab if you want to build out your base parts. And actually, I should really grab a few of these, because I do need to. I do need to build out I don't even remember getting this tool. I must have yeah, that's a strange one. I must have got that. That must have been my first S-class on this save. Yeah, and then you can grab the nanites from here. There's always nanites in one of these two buildings as well. Not in there. So it's always on one of the walls, like just there. So basically, like if for instance, if I did all of the kind of little things there round the area, just this area as well, like there's always not I say always. A lot of the time, next to a minor settlement, there's a cave as well. It's just like a weird random thing in this game. But there are quite a few caves next to settlements, so you can kind of build base there and do all sorts of stuff. I think the reason why there's caves there is because a lot of the time, if you actually look at the area, I'll go up as far as I can. But you can see how it's a circle, and it basically has to create a sort of an area of flattened land to build this plot. So the RNG kicks in, and basically to place a minor settlement with two buildings, it has to create a circle bit of flat land. And obviously what that does is it pushes the land down, potentially, because it's got to be flat. So what you'll see is a lot of the time, because the land's sort of pushed down, it creates potential caves here that you wouldn't normally see. So that's kind of why there's generally quite a few caves at settlements, because you'll see it's like we're in a bit of a crater. You see, like an asteroid crater, and that's the same in most settlements. but yeah, there's the point of that there was there's quite a few things that you can do sort of in between each settlement, as well as building and doing like things that you would normally do. God, my hay fever's bad today. I went over the park and did my daily walk with Nala, my dog, and bloody hay fever, March. But you'll see here, see how the land's completely flat. So that there would have probably have been rugged all the way through here. But as you'll see, that the land's flat. It has to flatten the land to basically build. But because we're on basically the top of a mountain, there's not going to be a cave here. But a lot of the time, if you're on a low bit of land, you'll see a cave. That's a bit of an odd one. Don't know why it's parked up there. Right, where's this settlement? There it is. Never got into Elite Dangerous though. I even bought a quite an expensive joystick for that game. I remember starting to play it, and I think another game came out like the time around the time that I was literally just started to play it, and I think I just switched to the other game, but it didn't pull me in enough for me to go back to it from memory. But this was a few years ago. I might revisit it, but I've just seen a lot of bad sort of press around it really, so I've just sort of left it. Elite Dangerous. I've played Star Citizen a fair amount, not really much recently in the last sort of 5-6 months, but I've spent like over 200 quid on that game. Like when that game, well, it's not even a game, but when Star Citizen first came out, like this is going back to like literally the first year it was talked about, and we had the proper like not even beta version of it. You know, it was kind of spend a little bit of money and next year we'll be doing big things. Well, a lot of us sunk a lot of money into that game at the start when there was only a choice of about 6 ships as well, and I spent over 200 quid, and literally 5 years, 6 years have passed and I've seen nought, absolutely nothing in terms of what they said they were going to do. And it just annoys me that they've kind of taken in hundreds of billions of pounds of people's money and are still yet to deliver a game. It really annoys me, that does. So yeah, I haven't really played much of that in the last 6 months. I'm quite limited on my hardware for that game as well now. But Sword plays that quite a bit. He streams a lot on Star Citizen. Oh, that one was right next to me. It's because I'm not paying attention. Definitely going to give this Elden Ring a go though. I like the look of Elden Ring. Right, that tool, it's shown as an A class quite a lot at the moment, which sort of gives me a bit of hope really that we're going to get this one quite quickly. There's at least 4 tools in this pool as well, which potentially can help speed in the S-Class spawn up a bit. doesn't really make a difference, but it can help. And I've missed the pad. What am I like for money? 60 million. Damn it. I need to get some cash. See, look, there's another cave over there, I think. Are these things going to be worth it from a cash perspective? No. I'll leave that. I found I think, when was it? On Sunday or Monday, I found a system that's got 2 really, really nice fighter ships in it. It's got an S-class Alien mid-rifle. It's not anything special, it's quite nice. It was worth looking for. But it has a first spawn in the, so when you pulse in space you get the sort of random anomaly objects. This system actually, so it has 2 good fighters, an S-class Alien, and it has a derelict freighter with only B-class upgrade modules, but you've potentially got a free derelict freighter every single time you pulse and then do the freighter, and then you go down to a planet, jump out the ship, reload that save, go back out to space, and it appears in the first 6 seconds every single time that you pulse in space. So it's really handy if you've got all your glyphs. Go to the system, it's in Euclid as well, and yeah, it's just really handy for sort of, you know, upgrading the inventory space on your freighter for free. You haven't got to spend any money. So I'm going to post a video of that, because obviously it's an S-class tool as well, and I'll show people like the derelict freighter in that as well. It's quite a good system. Delta says, one of the reasons I'm in No Man's Sky is due to the terrible development and communication for Elite Dangerous. A real shame, since the game has so much potential. I love the game but needed more. Yeah, it looks alright, but haven't they just completely binned off all console development for that game? I'm sure I read that somewhere, that they or they've stopped the most recent updates, I think, coming to console now, something like that. That's pretty poor form, that. Yeah, that's not good. That's not very consumer friendly. So yeah, I think they were gonna focus on the PC, but now kind of the community are like, well, okay, if we were sort of console exclusive but have a PC, is there a way to sort of transfer our saves over to the PC? And I don't think that they've come up with an answer to that yet. Yeah, crazy. That's bad. That really, really bad. Like, don't release a game on something that you might not be able to develop on in the future. Like, just completely keep it PC exclusive, or on the other end, console exclusive, depending what you're doing. But don't release it on platforms and then basically pull it and pull further development. That's not good. That's kind of how you lose your customer base. I'm surprised they probably got a lot of crap for that from people, but I don't really follow them, so I don't know. Don't forget to drop a like on the old stream as well, peeps. If you haven't already, it all helps. All the love helps. One of the big guns should be streaming tonight, probably Zane or Beeblebum as well. I think one of them normally jumps on a Wednesday, I can't remember. But in saying that, I think they both pulled their streams this weekend. They didn't think Beebs was unwell, and I think Zane pulled it for some reason. So I don't know as if that's affected their stream this week. That's an odd one. It's completely disappeared. You don't often see that. "3D the Destroyer." Hello to you too. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing good. We've probably done about 10 settlements, I think, now. Yeah, look, you can see from space there that crater I was talking about, how it creates a flat circle area, and that's why you get the caves appearing quite often at these settlements. Jules, I didn't know that was your YouTube name, mate. Welcome to the stream. For anyone that doesn't know, Jules there, 3D the Destroyer, he is the founder of the Interstellar Index group on Facebook, so give him some love. I'm not sure he does any videos actually. I don't think he streams or anything much on his YouTube channel, but yeah, he's a good guy. He's does a lot for the community, Jules. He's always sticking up for folks over there. He's always posting some good stuff, and that index now is up to 15,000 or nearly 16,000 subs. So it's definitely one of the bigger No Man's Sky communities now, and it is purely for indexing finds, whether it's tools, freighters, ships, fauna, flora, whatever it is you want to index, that is the place to do it. And they don't have any bullshit on there, so it's not one of these communities where you can kind of no, I'm not a YouTuber. Yeah, the index isn't a community where you kind of go on there and just post random shit like you see in some other communities. Like, it's strict, it's clean, everything in there is for indexing only. And if you do post random stuff, it is allowed, but it won't stay up for very long. Like once you've had your hour run with it or whatever, it just gets taken down. And that's how a good specialist focused community group should be run, in my opinion, and it's done very well. So a big shout to Jules there. Yeah, this is probably not going to be for you, mate, because this is a very tedious process, Jules. Just jumping from settlement to settlement. But I'm hoping to find it pretty quickly, this S-Class, because then I can get cracking on with sort of upgrading the character. I've still got to build out all the inventory. I've got to get myself a new ship. Not really fussed about a freighter for the moment. I need some money. And I don't really want to make a farm or anything like that. I just haven't got time these days for all that. So I do need to get some money. I might have to go and beg in the anomaly. Thank you, sir. No problem at all, mate. Yeah, the index has always been my my go-to first point of call when posting any finds. So yeah, all good there, mate. Expedition 5, still have a few missions to... Yeah, it's a bit grindy. It's an odd one, that one, because it's sort of like companion and pet focused, isn't it? Straight after a combat and sentinels update, I was like, no, there's something askew here. This is not right. So like I think Beaglebum said it as well. I think that what happened with Expedition 5 was I share the same view as Beaglebum in that I think the Sentinels update was supposed to release with the Frontiers update, and I think they basically cocked something up with the update, or just something, there was a bug, something wasn't quite working properly. And I think instead of them releasing the Sentinels update alongside the Frontiers update, so like, you know, the combat overhaul being a big part of the Frontiers update, I think what they did was they delayed it, released that as a separate update, and then we got the Expedition Companions update, because the two are just not related whatsoever. So I think there was definitely something up with that. But yeah, it was a grind. It was the Explorer guilds were a grind, and trying to find all the different creatures and stuff was a bit grindy. Yeah, it was all right. It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be, but I've much preferred some of the other expeditions. It wasn't my worst one though. My worst one was the I think it was the one before this, or the one before that, where you're stuck on the same planet for quite a long time. Oh, that it did my head in doing that. It's good for new players, like very good for new players, but I just couldn't get into that. Yeah, plausible theory. Yeah, I think that's what happened. I think the combat was supposed to come with Frontiers, and there was a problem with it. So I think it got released as a separate update just after Frontiers, and then we got this expedition, which was always going to be this expedition, the exobiology. Got to go. Have a good stream. Cheers, Dave. Thanks for joining, mate. Much appreciated. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I hated that. Yeah, I hated the one on the planet, because you had to use the mech as well for, like, you had to walk about 1,000 or a couple of thousand new in that mech. It drove me insane, because that was before we had the update, which has improved the mechanics of the mech and sort of, you know, its angles and stuff. It was just a nightmare. Didn't like that. Well, it seems to be taking its time, this S-Class, but we'll get there. And I've actually got to go back and get another one that we found, but I'm not going to do that on this stream. I might even do the experimental one off stream. I found an experimental with green decals, and I might get that one off stream. I was just wondering if that Earthman Beats is going to jump in on this stream. So this is the tool that I'm going for in S-Class. It's quite a unique looking one. It's a standard mid-rifle, but it has these black crystals at the end here. The black crystals on these tools are very uncommon. They're not. I would go as far as saying they're rare. I don't often see these at all. So the tool itself is nothing too fancy, nothing too special, but it is unique, and I haven't found this with black crystals before, so that's kind of why I'm trying to hunt this one down. But this is definitely obtainable as an S-Class, because this is actually a native A-Class tool. So this is what we're after for the S. Jules says there was one mission that required riding a flying creature for 4,000 U. I just set my character flying and walked away from the TV for a few minutes. Yeah. Sorry, the easiest way I found to do that one was, there's a drop pod there. The easiest way to do that was, if you've done the previous expeditions, was just go to the anomaly, and then one of the previous expeditions gave you a beetle egg. Basically grab the egg and then hatch it, and then bosh, you've got your beetle. You can't obviously milk it, but you've got your beetle there, and then you can just jump straight on that and fly it, and then you get your 4,000 U. It is cheating, but you know, if you want to do it quickly, who cares? What do I need here? Antimatter. Oh god, have I got enough stuff? Yep, that's handy. We get one of these for free. So this is very basic stuff. Very basic stuff, this, but if you're in one of these things, most people just think, oh shit, I can only do this. But if you just move, see that here it's telling you can go left or right, you can actually upgrade any of the compartments that you want. Now 90% of people know that, but trust me, I've seen a few comments on this before, and there are a few people out there that are completely unaware that you can upgrade any segment. So you can basically just choose what you want to upgrade. So what I tend to do is, because this typically is more expensive, like once you've basically blocked out a few, they start becoming very expensive if you're, like me, short on money. This one's not going to be expensive though, so I'm going to just carry on with these for the moment. But yeah, you can basically upgrade any compartment there. Standard knowledge that for most people, but there might be a few that don't know that. So yeah, as I go through these streams, I do try and cover off like all basic stuff as well, just for any noobs out there. Zenith Hellhammer, welcome to the stream. Excellent multi-tool. Yeah, it's a nice one, this one that I'm after. Probably not one that I personally would keep, because I like aliens and experimentals, but it is a nice unique tool, this one. I doubt there's many posted on the index or Reddit with black crystals. There might be a sort of 3 or 4, but there won't be many. So it's definitely worth hunting. Oldie Grunt, welcome to the stream. Hi, great to see how this process works and the time given. And Flying Brian, evening mate. Hello Austin, hi everyone. Yeah, welcome to the stream, mate. It's my birthday today, so I'm doing a quick couple of hours on my birthday because it's Wednesday and there's bugger all to do in terms of going out, so I thought why not get on here and just chill out for a bit. Chill out and count all the birthday money I got. Yeah, right. Gone are those days. Andrew Watkins, welcome to the stream. Happy birthday, thank you very much. Flying Brian saying happy birthday as well, much appreciated. Older and a little bit wiser, but don't feel older. Still feel 21 at heart, and I'm a lot older than 21. God, that seems like yesterday, 21 years old. 21, what did I do for my 21st? I think I went to Prague. I had my first lads holiday when I was 17. I think it was 14 or 15 of us went to Ayia Napa in Cyprus. That was when I was 17. That was the first sort of big sort of solo, on your own, living it up large holiday. Great holiday that was. 2 weeks there with the lads. Good days. 20 years on and still sort of well, I've calmed down a bit. Happy birthday. Thank you, same. Cheers Jules. Yep. In fact, I might even, in the next half hour or so, go down and grab myself a nice beer. I think I've got some Moretti's in the fridge, so I might treat myself to a quick sherbet during this stream. Why not? I should really get myself a camera as well and live stream like properly. Delta One says happy birthday. Thank you very much, mate. Oh, completely not looking where I was going there. Older, but none the wiser, I don't think. Just another year when you start getting into your kind of 30s and older, isn't it? You kind of, birthdays don't really mean much to me anymore. It means a lot more to women, I think, and that's not being sexist. We've got Mother's Day this weekend in the UK, and that's going to be a bigger deal than my birthday. Oh, here they come, not this bloody spam. If anyone wants to kind of click on that and watch a few strippers, fill your boots, because I don't know how you block them, and B, I've got no mods or admins on these streams because I just don't get enough viewers, so there's no point. So I've got no way, unfortunately, of controlling those spanners. I'm not tech savvy enough for all that. Alright, twist my arm, I'll have a beer in honour of your birthday. I'm sure it doesn't take much to twist people's arm into having a beer. Tell you what though, it's been quite warm over here in the UK, and when the old sun comes out I feel like cracking open a nice bottle of rum. I love rum. I've been into that ever since I was young. Don't like whiskey, can't stand whiskey, but rum, I've got quite a few nice rums downstairs. I went through a bit of a phase of collecting it at one point, but I stopped doing it. Ends up costing a fortune. But yeah, one of my favourite rums is a brand called Zacapa, Ron Zacapa. And there's a few sort of different variants they do. And actually, you can get them in a lot of. You can get the standard sort of XO version, which is quite expensive relative to like your standard rums. But they do it in a lot of kind of sort of budget pubs these days. Like you can get a Zacapa, and it's sort of become quite popular in the last few years. But yeah, there's a few different variants, and it's got a really nice taste there. I can drink it straight. I can't drink all rums straight, but that one is easy straight, and with a Coke it's like so refreshing as well. I may have a beer later myself and it's not my birthday. Exactly. Sort of standard with an Indian takeaway as well, isn't it? A beer. Nice Cobra or a Sahi or something. Rum, the drink of the gods. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I do like a rum. There's a nice, there's a sort of relatively cheap one that you can get everywhere called Kraken. It's really dark, but it's really nice. It's very affordable. It's not too expensive, and it's good quality that as well. I think in the UK it's about 25 quid for a bottle, a standard bottle. But that's a nice rum, that one. I've drunk quite a lot of that over the years though, so I've had my fair share of that Kraken. Bacardi goes down easy, yeah. It's quite nice though. I've got to be in the mood for one of them, but it's a nice drink. I'm much more lean towards sweeter stuff than I do the scotchy type of stuff for me. Yeah, I mean when I was kind of going out in the sort of late teens and to mid 20s really, our crowd, we used to drink a lot of scotch, like, and it was just awful, god awful cheap shit that you'd get in these shady clubs and all sorts, and the amount of times that we were sick on scotch and stuff, it's kind of put me off for life, that drink. So yeah, this is the tool for any other people that have just joined. This is the one that I'm trying to get as S-Class. It's quite a unique one, this. But yeah, scotch is a no for me, a big no. Like some of the lads would still kind of, for a laugh, they'd order like a round of scotches in, and you just look at, particularly me, but some of the other lads as well, just heaving, looking at it, just like, oh. But no, rum's much better. my favourite beer is a really odd one as well. You don't see it that often. There's only a few places in London that I know that do it on tap, and there used to be, I think there still is actually, a franchise called Corny and Barrow, and they used to sell it by the bottle, but it's a Japanese beer and it's called Kirin, Kirin. It's just lovely, really, really, really nice taste. But you don't see it in many places, and I'm yet to see it on sale in any UK supermarket. So you don't often see it, and you get it quite a bit in some. Strangely, in some Indian restaurants I've been in, they've had it, even though it's a Japanese beer, and plenty of Japanese places that I've been in, like for sushi, have got it. But it's a really, really nice beer. There used to be a pub in London. I forget the name of it now, but it's right in the middle of near Tabernacle Street, sort of near, just off one of the roads off Regent Street way, up towards that way. That actually did it as draft on tap. Used to go in there all the time when I worked up there in the West End. Ninin, welcome to the stream. Just dropping in to say thanks for all the awesome multi-tools and happy birthday, mate. Thank you very much, much appreciated. I hope you've managed to grab one or two for yourself, and crack open a beer as well tonight, just for the sake of it. Why not? Yeah, don't forget to drop a like as well on the stream, because it just sort of gets you about and stuff. I'm not entirely sure how all the YouTube algorithms and stuff work, but apparently it helps, and it helps sort of build your fan base and stuff. So yeah, if you could drop that as a just very quick small favour, then that would be great. Hi Azu, welcome to the stream, mate. Good afternoon in America. Might need some more coffee for work instead, but yeah, maybe this weekend, yeah. I do like a coffee as well. But us Brits, we're all about the tea. Big tea drinkers, and I'm no exception to that. Sorry, there's about 6 or 7 buildings here. Christ, that's unusual. Not a single minor settlement apart from this one. Just going to double check what the system is here. So it's a tier 2 GEC. Yeah, hopefully it won't be too long. I mentioned on the last couple of streams as well, if you're in any system and you're searching for an S-class, it doesn't matter if you're searching for a ship, a freighter, a multi-tool or frigates, the spawn rate is more or less irrelevant because there's only 1% difference between tier 3 and tier 2 economies. Like, it literally doesn't make hardly any difference whatsoever, so don't ever be put off by looking in tier 2 systems for anything S-class, because it's a 1%, it's the difference between literally 1 and 2%, but the percentage rate for the spawning of A-class stuff and B-class stuff in tier 2 and tier 3 economies, there's a big difference there. I think it's about 10% difference. So what you'll find is, for instance, if you're in a system and your method of obtaining nanites or making money is ship scrapping, you're much better off doing that in a tier 3 system, because you'll see a heck of a lot more A-class ships appearing than you will do in a tier 2 system, because the spawn rate of A and B is very, very different in a tier 2 and tier 3. But if you're looking for stuff that's S-class, I do see a lot of comments about, oh, you should only stick to tier 3. That's absolute bullcrap. The difference, I could get an S-class freighter in a tier 2 system literally first try. There's no difference at all. It's 1%, so don't ever be put off by looking for stuff in tier 2. The one that you want to avoid at all costs is a tier 1. Tier 1, you won't find anything in S-class apart from a living ship or an exotic ship. Each tier 1 system has at least one, well, it has just one exotic ship, but every system, and multiple different S-class living ships as well. But you won't get anything else as S-class in tier 1. And just forget like A-class stuff, because again, the difference between tier 1 and tier 3 A-class spawns is huge. I can't remember the exact numbers, but it's a big difference. I've found some of my best tools, Jules, in tier 2 systems, and same as you, I found some really good shit. I mean, it's obviously all RNG, but I found some good shit in tier 2 systems, so don't ever worry about that. But like I said, the only time I think it really does make a difference is if you're looking for like A-class. That's another tool there. Is that the 5th tool? The only time it really does make a difference is if you're looking for A-class stuff, because the spawn rate is quite a big I think it's about 10% from memory, which is definitely like, you'll notice if you stay in a space station, for instance, ship scrapping, you'll see quite a few A's coming in like relatively consistently as well in a tier 3, but in a tier 2, I mean, you might get sort of 1 in 10 is an A class, but you'll see loads of C and B class, like tons of them, and that's kind of how it works. But yeah, S class makes it's 1% difference literally, so it hardly makes any difference at all. A lot of tea or lemonade, yeah. Lemonade's an old school drink. I don't drink that often. I don't really drink many fizzy drinks actually, apart from beer. Something's blocking me. have to go in the other entrance. That's odd. Now that is very odd. Zoo Games says, what do you think of the new Royal Multitools? Do you hunt them? No, I do not actually. No, I don't hunt. They look all right. There's nothing wrong with them. I think they look fine. Yeah, I'm not fussed about them personally. Like, I prefer if they were extremely difficult to get and there wasn't a defined way and a specific way to get them, like if there were things that you really kind of had to go out of your way to do to get them, I would be probably a bit more interested in them. But the fact that the tools are now literally as common as sort of dihydrogen in this game, there's only they all look the same. Like the only difference is the colour on the tools. For me, I'm not interested. They're fine, and I get the attraction to them, and they're probably a lot more attractive to the wider community because they're so easy to get. But because they're far from unique, they're universally all the same, apart from the name and the colour. They're not for me. I much prefer experimental tools and any kind of exotic tool to them all day long. And the fact that you can only get them as C class as well is just an instant put off for me. Like, I'm not going to go through any kind of process or specific way to get something where your maximum reward is a C class. Like, absolute no from me on that. So no, I haven't personally spent any time whatsoever with multi-tools. Right, this settlement is bugging me because the issue that I've got here, and the reason why I want to get into this settlement is because that is bloody the tool that's not a pistol. I think that is the tool, and it's kind of spawned a little bit further up. And like I just know my luck here. If I can't get into this settlement, that I know my luck is that's going to be the S class. So this is a little bit weird that it's doing this. Sorry, let me just catch up with chat here. It's gone a bit bonkers. Chevis, welcome to the stream, mate. Good evening. happy annual, Austin. Thank you very much. It is my birthday indeed. I still haven't got one of those Royal Multitools. They look nice, but from my understanding, they don't have great stats. The stats on the Royal Multitools, they're basically an experimental skin. So the stats on the Royals are identical to the base stats on an experimental rifle. They're basically an experimental rifle with a different skin. So what you'll get is you'll get slightly higher scanning bonuses, and you'll get a much higher damage rate than you will with standard pistols, but they're basically the same as an experimental rifle. So again, like even the stats on them are not indifferent to other things in the game. Like if there was some like amazing bonus that you could get with them, then I would sort of get it. But yeah, they don't do much for me, I've got to be honest. But they're nice. They're not like bad. Zoo says I was disappointed in them mainly because there are only like 10 colours. Exactly, yeah. They all look the same, and the only thing that differentiates them is the colour. So it's not for me. The effort involved in finding one you like only for it to be bottom tier C is to... Yeah, and at the end of the day, you can upgrade tools, but to get... I'm not sure if they cost more than... I'm just going to have to leave this tool. I'm not sure if they cost more nanites or not than standard tools. But a standard tool will cost 85,000 nanites to upgrade from C to S. And that's a big grind. Like, even for people that dupe, like... It sounds silly, but 85,000 nanites is a bit of a grind, and I am not going to spend 85,000 nanites on a multi-tool that's average. Like for me, I would much rather find a really nice C or B class ship, and I've got like a couple of slots spare, and upgrade that with those nanites than spend it on that. Do you know what I mean? Because that's like an hour's, like if you play the game like legitimately and don't cheat and dupe and whatever you want to call it, you know, that's kind of an hour's grind or more. Like that's a couple of hours grind to get that, and I'm like, just nah, not for me. So yeah, that's my view on those. Hello Games has definitely perfected the anti-climax. Don't get me started. Yeah. There's always a huge... I think the trouble is everything gets overhyped with this game, and I'm kind of just learning to sort of not get on the hype train anymore. Have my own thoughts on things and just sort of get on with it. Yeah, I did try reloading, Jules. There, I reloaded a manual save, but it didn't work. I flew out as well, because normally if you fly out to space, it respawns the settlement. Like it rebuilds like the settlement again when you come back in. But again, it didn't even do that. So I think that one was screwed. They look okay, just not you. Yeah, hi and welcome to the stream, Johnny. I don't think I mentioned you. Thanks for joining. Yeah, they do. They as I said, they look fine. There's nothing wrong with them. You know, if you want to kit your character out with kind of the exotic jetpack, which I think, by the way, is really cool. I love the new jetpack. Like that's the best thing from the Sentinels update and the Expedition. The best thing about it has been that jetpack. I think it's cool. So that for me is kind of the only real reason to do the Expedition for me. But look, if you want to build your character out with like a royal exotic, which is probably my favourite type of exotic ship, excluding the pink or purple squid, and you want the exotic backpack, and you want the golden vector, and you want kind of the royal multi-tool, then so be it. You know, if you want to build out a build like that, then there's nothing wrong with that at all. It will go really well with that, but yeah, it's not for me. Live Devil or Lived Devil, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, but welcome to the stream. Says happy birthday bro, been following your finds for some time now. Thank you very much, much appreciated. I found almost all the new royals within the first day or so of the update. Yeah, there we go, that sort of just shows how easy it is to get, right? I went to a few Sentinel pillars, but after like 3 or 4 I was just like, what am I actually doing here? You know, I'm going for a C-class tool that has been posted 5 million times already on Reddit in every single colour, so what am I actually doing? Like, do I just want to see what it looks like? Do I want to keep it? And I just thought, you know what, it's just not for me, so I'm moving on. You might try. Yeah, I've read that. They look okay. You read that. It's the same. Delta 1246 says, Austin, you want me to meet you in the anomaly and drop you some Starship AI valves, save you some money grinding, perhaps. Yes, I think I might actually take you up on that. I think I just missed a message on my live stream there as well. Did someone subscribe, or I'm not sure what that was. I thought I heard it was your birthday. Get a tea on me. Zoo, did you just drop a donation on there? Because I didn't see that. I heard a sound, but I didn't catch that on the stream there. If that kind of inclines that you made a little small donation there, then much appreciated, mate. Just need your friend code, right? Okay, so yeah, my friend code is down the bottom here. So there's my friend code there. So I'll just leave it on that for a few seconds. Zoo, thanks for that, mate. I'm really sorry I missed that. I heard no, I've got to get all this Streamlabs and that and get on top of all that, so I kind of can keep up to speed with everything. But I did hear a thing, but it does the same thing for when people subscribe as well, and I missed the message that comes up. I don't even think it showed one, actually. I'm not sure, but much appreciated, mate. And I'll always remember you were the first guy to ever donate any money to my streams. When I first ever did my first ever stream, Zoo was the guy that donated the first ever funds to my account, and I'll always remember that, mate. So that's very, very kind of you. You never know, one day we could become millionaires doing this. Yeah, right. That's definitely not what I'm doing here. You guys, though, the builders, you get a lot of views and traction and stuff. Oh, what? I've come out of the atmosphere and it's just bloody put this settlement over here on this planet. I'm just going to have to quickly go and get this settlement, otherwise another one won't spawn, unfortunately. Jules says, okay, I missed that. Yeah, I didn't do an auto save reload. I didn't reload an auto save. I reloaded a manual save. But yeah, it was still blocked. It's weird. I think I've had that a couple of times before, but certainly not recently. I'm not sure what causes that. Maybe if I was a Gek and a bit shorter, I could have got in. Who knows? Zoo says, you do fantastic work for the community and I appreciate all the time you put in. No worries, mate. Thank you very much. I enjoy it. Is my multiplayer on? Good question, I don't know. Yep, it is, yep. I'm playing, this is normal modes, and this is an expedition save as well. No, it's not. It's... I'm pretty sure this is a normal mode. Yeah, I started a new normal mode, but multiplayer is definitely on. Yeah. Maybe is there another option for right, invite only. So if I do anyone, I'll just switch this to anyone. Anyone can join my group. So you might be able to join now. But yeah, that will be handy, that, because then I haven't got to go and do a begging run in the anomaly. Right, I'm going to have to quickly go back to that planet. Yeah, I think you've just joined the group. So head towards the planet's Egan Ymph Saget. I'm just going to head to the planet where this Multitool is. A very happy birthday, Austin, S-Class Hunter Extraordinaire. Oh, I haven't heard that one before. Yeah, that's pretty much all I do these days. I still find the odd ship, but and I'm going to be doing a bit of ship hunting actually on this save. So yeah, I want to get myself a different ship to this. I don't always want to be in this vector. So where is this? There he is. So yeah, I've just landed on a planet, Delta 1. So if you head down to me now, here he comes in his jet. It's a jet fighter, vector wings. Quite a nice ship, that. Hello, sir. So is this where the goodies is? Oh yes, 250, 500, 750, 1 billion, 1 billion units. Thank you very much. Is there more? That will do me anyway. As I said, I'd only be kind of just beg. I don't normally beg for stuff, but when you get to kind of, when you're just specifically doing one thing and one thing only in this game, which is what I do, the last thing that I want to do is spend 5 hours building a stasis device farm. I've got that set up on a few other saves and stuff. But yeah, on this save, I just want to get cracking on with tool hunting, and I don't want to have to worry about money. So that's really appreciated, Delta One. Thank you very much. And you got a bit of a view there on the live stream. Nice one. I'll give it a little bit of a mind blowing there. Thank you very much. Right, I'm going to crack on with finding a tool now. What I don't want to do is die, so let me just transfer this to my ship. In fact, I'll transfer it to my freighter, because that's definitely not going to disappear. Right, so that is me not having to worry about money now, which is great. Yeah, I'm going to be selling those. That should hopefully keep you going for a bit. Yep. Chevis says Royal MTs cost the same amount of nanites to upgrade as normal tools. To caveat on what 85,000 nanites is worth, that's 254.97 minutes, or just under 4.5 hours of refining. Yeah, that's what I mean. And that's not it on normal mode. Like tainted metal on permadeath, like it depends how you play the game, right? Because if you dupe stuff, yeah, if you dupe stuff, everything is a million times quicker and easier. If you on PC and you use save editor, which I don't really use, to be honest, even though I play PC, it's just pretty, you know, it's instant. You can do it straight away, but it's just loading up save editor and doing all of the process and stuff like that. I'm not really too familiar with save editor. But then if you play it normally, I mean, I don't dupe. I'll beg in the anomaly if I need to, but I won't dupe and stuff like that. And I've got nothing against duping, by the way, just before there's haters out there. Couldn't care less about it. I have done it myself before. I just don't really do it that often now. Anyway, if you play the game normally and you play permadeath or survival, which is where I play my most amount of game time, is survival and permadeath, tainted metal is a pain in the arse, because you get 250 max to refine at any one time, and anything that involves refining, even the curious deposits, it's long-winded. It takes a long time to do it. But normal mode is a different ball game, because you can refine as much as you want. And yeah, I mean, if it takes 4.5 hours to do that, it just shows how much for me, it's not worth the grind. Because a lot of people forget that, I mean, the vast majority of the community play on normal mode, and a lot of things that work really well for like making units and refining and stuff are kind of specific to normal mode. Survival and permadeath are completely different when it comes to that sort of stuff. Everything takes a lot longer. Like even down to sort of AI farms, you can only collect a certain amount of activated indium, even with like full inventories at any one time. You can't like have like hundreds of thousands of indium, and then you've got to go to another economy because you'll crash the one that you're in. So then you've basically got to go back and grab the rest of the AI, and then go back to another system, and then sell it there, and rinse, repeat. And you can't just do it all in one hit. So it's things like that make a big difference. Happy birthday, bub. Hope you're having a great day. Hello all. Yeah, welcome to the stream, Johnny. And it's been a pretty normal day for me. Work during the day, and now just having a bit of game time in the evening. I'm not having dinner because I had a huge lunch today. Sat outside in the garden and had some really nice king prawns with chorizo sausage, garlic, chili, peri-peri and smoked paprika mix with some really nice peri-peri rice. And I smashed the life out of that today. Didn't need any dinner. 2 packets of king prawns I had. Absolute pig. Okay, so off, important Jules stuff to attend to. Safe travels, bountiful hunting, and happy birthday. Cheers, Jules, mate. Thanks for joining. Much appreciated. Good to see you. Once again, for those that don't know, Jules, or the YouTube name there, 3D the Destroyer, he is the lead admin and founder of the Interstellar Index group on Facebook. His group's got nearly 16,000 members, and I am active in that group more or less on a sort of bi-daily basis every week. Yeah, cheers for all that, Delta. That will keep me going for a long time, that. I won't be spending $1 billion anytime soon. If I was doing exploring and stuff, I might get through that quite quick. But I'm only going to be buying tools and ships. But it's good to have a lot of cash for ship scrapping. Like if I want to get any nanites, my sort of number one way of doing it is always ship scrapping, because I like to make sure that I've got a really big supply of storage modules as well. Johnny says that does sound good. Having lunch right now. It's 20 past 1 here in California. All nice. Never been to California. Just had some stew my girlfriend made, and it was delicious. Very nice. I don't mind a bit of stew. I call that stodgy food. Yeah, I like a stew. In fact, I've got a beef bourguignon in the fridge, ready to shove in the oven. Oh, this is taking quite a long time, this. Dragging on a bit longer than I wanted it to be fair. So if this is becoming a bit tedious, then I completely understand. Chevis says, you reinforce my point. In survival or perma, at 4.5 hours would turn into significantly longer and an almost impossible inventory management situation. Yeah, it really does. But you know what? I said this on the stream last week, the last stream I did on this. I would actually like Hello Games to bring in a completely new mode, which is just absolutely like brutal in terms of survival. And I would love to have I wouldn't say too much of a focus on the inventory and the size of stuff, like the amount of stuff you can put into each slot. Just more on resources, money making, nanite making, finding stuff and finding good planets. Like most systems you go to, they're brutal planets and predators everywhere. And I would just like to see an actual survival mode in this game, because even permadeath now, compared to what it was like kind of 3-4 years ago, it's so easy now. I mean, literally, once you've got to your ship, it's like playing survival or normal mode to an extent. It's really not difficult at all. So I would love to see a much more difficult mode. And if people don't want to play it, then sod 'em. They don't have to play it. But just for other players out there that really do want a challenge, even though this game is an exploration game, it would be nice to have a challenging mode to it, to really kind of push you. And I think that what you'll find is if you had you're going to still get people that dupe, right, and people that use save editor, but there'd be no point. But if you had a mode which really did push you to the limit in terms of survival, that would actually encourage everyone who plays that mode to explore a lot more. And if you explore a lot more in this game, it's fun. And I think that anything in this game that encourages you to explore more is the way forward. So that would be kind of more or less sort of top of the wish list for me, is to see a new mode introduced. I enjoy having a safety net if I cache no matter what, and I can respect not wanting to do the unit grind for every single save. Yeah, I mean, like, if I was kind of a few hundred, if this was like my 5 or 6 save and I was only a few hundred hours into this game, I would have no problem really with sort of making money and setting up a farm and doing all of that, like no issue. And even now, like I've got over 5,000 hours in this game, like a lot. Like I'm probably way up there. I mean, I know that for a fact there's a lot of people with 7,000 or more hours. KJ is one of them. Lava Lamp. There's quite a few people that have got a lot more than me. But I'm up there, and even now I still find the start of this game really enjoyable. There we go, boom, 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 there she is. Got it, finally. But even now I still find the start of this game as enjoyable as I did when I first started playing it. The first 45 minutes of this game is really good fun. But the money making side of it, when you're this many thousands of hours into it and you've seen it and done it a billion times, and you just want to crack on and get cracking on with what you enjoy, which is tool hunting for me, or maybe ship hunting for someone else, or base building for somebody else, the money making side becomes like kind of a chore. It becomes more of a chore to do than something that you enjoy and get fun out of. everyone's different. You guys might get 2, 3, 4,000 hours in and still really enjoy it. But for me, I just want to get that done out the way with as quickly as possible now and get cracking on. So yeah, but yeah, look, we got the S-Class, so we finally got there. Thankfully, that settlement that was blocked was not the S-Class, so we got lucky there. But yeah, so look, there we go. I mean, that probably took a good, including the settlements in my previous stream, this one here probably took almost, I would say, bang on the average there, around 50. That was probably around 50 settlements there to get this S-Class. So that's sort of roughly around the average amount of time and settlements it takes to find each and every S-Class tool that I find. I might find some in literally 1 or 2 settlements and get it done in literally 10 minutes. But most of the time you're looking at around 40 to 50, and you'll get a heck of a lot that take well over 100 as well. So if you're doing this, you've got to be prepared that you might not get it all done in one day. You might have to sort of take a breather, step away from the game and come back to it at the weekend, or come back to it the next day and put in another hour or 2 hour slog the next day or the weekend, and so on and so on. Some finds might take you up to 10 hours. That's no joke. Like a 250 settlement find, which is, I've done just over 240, is the most settlements it's taken me to find an S-Class tool. I've had plenty that have been well over 150. I've had a handful over 200. That is a 10-hour grind. And you're not going to do that in a day. It's too boring. It's just mundane. You can't do that in a day. You've got to kind of split those finds up over sort of 3 or 4 days. So it might take you kind of a week to 10 days to find a tool if there's that many settlements involved. And that does happen. So yeah, that's the only thing I would say is anyone thinking about doing it after you've seen the process and stuff, just be prepared for a grind. You've got to be prepared that you might have to continue doing what you're doing for quite a long time. Anyway, so let's just quickly catch up with chat, and then I'm going to get marking this up, building the base, and then we'll get cracking on to the next system. I want to find some ships, so I'm going to do a little bit of ship hunting now as well and see what we can come up with, especially now I've just been credited with a lovely amount of 1 billion units from Mr. Delta One, so thank you very much. Commonly known as Sod's Law. Woohoo, there it is. Yeah, Grats, awesome. Yeah, I enjoy exploring different places, and the music is great. Do you find the class of system makes a difference? Finding an S-Class tool, it doesn't make any difference in a tier 2 or tier 3, and it in my, like, you'll read online. So you'll read online that rare tools, so tools like this, and alien tools, specifically alien tools and experimental tools, but more alien tools. You will read a lot of opinions online in places like Reddit and other forums that Viking systems spawn more exotic tools than any other system, and I would call myself an expert in multi-tool hunting and a very, very, very experienced hunter. And certainly in my experience, this is just my personal opinion, I think that's bullshit. This is quite a rare tool with crystals, and I mean a Gek tier 2, right? And in my experience, it doesn't make any difference on what type of system in terms of life form that you visit. The tools that spawn in each and every system is completely random. It is just total RNG luck. So I'll say that again, it is completely random. Don't listen to any of the opinions about tools spawning in certain places or in certain systems. You've got more chance here or more chance there, or this space station shape means that you're more than likely going to get this type of tool. It's all a load of rubbish. Just ignore that, in my opinion. It definitely, for me, doesn't make a difference. I think the reason why, this is my view on it, the reason why you read a lot of people suggesting that Viking systems seem to spawn more exotic tools than other systems, my theory behind that is because fighters are the most popular ships in this game. And I think that because fighters are the most sought after ships, most people probably spend more time in Viking systems than they do in Korvax and Gek. And I think that because they probably unconsciously spend more time in Viking systems because they're looking for fighter ships, and because they want more nanites in each space station, which you get with Viking systems, I think that unconsciously they're already spending a lot more time in Viking systems, which is probably why they think they're seeing more exotic tools spawning than in other systems. Two of my most popular tools that I've found with plasma tubes, one the pistol with horns and one is a rifle with plasma tubes, they were both found in Gek systems, not Viking. Right, so that kind of just puts that theory straight to bed. So yeah, just ignore any of that stuff that you see, because I think it's all bullshit, all just opinions not backed up by facts. Yeah, not like ships. No, there's no specific tool assigned to a specific life form. Yeah, that's certainly my experience of it anyway. So yeah, just take anything you see. Generally speaking, unless the person is someone like Zane, who deep dives and goes into the code and the game files and does all proper factual stuff, unless it's someone like Zane posting a theory or facts about a certain topic in this game, just take anything you read on Reddit or anywhere else with a pinch of salt. Even No Man's Sky wiki page has got some incorrect information on there in terms of base limits and build limits and stuff like that. They're not even 100% right on certain topics in that No Man's Sky wiki, so just take everything with a pinch of salt. Right, so let's quickly mark up this. I'm just going to go and do a few things here. I'm going to quickly make a save point here. More about perception than fact, yeah. The shark tooth bones at the front of the tool are incredibly rare. I've said this before. Plasma tubes on experimental rifles are arguably one of the rarest type of tools in this game. But in my experience, and again this is my personal experience, I've found hundreds and hundreds of tools over several years. I personally think that the rarest tool in this game is actually the alien rifle with the shark tooth bones at the end of the barrel. And even the ones that have shark tooth bones, the single shark tooth bone at the top of the barrel towards the skin, even I think they are rarer than plasma tubes. However, in saying that, the rarest tool in this game is definitely a plasma tube experimental with either horns or crystal as well. So if you find a pistol or a rifle that has both plasma tubes and either crystal or horns, they are like gold dust, absolute gold dust in this game. You won't find that many documented anywhere. When they do get documented, they're incredibly popular. you'll find that a lot of multi-tool hunters, they won't really go and grab other multi-tools from other people's finds, but if a really nice one gets posted with both crystal and plasma tubes, I bet you a lot of tool hunters will go and grab that and have that on their own save. Because I mean, I've never found one. I found a pistol, but I've never found a rifle. Lava Lamp has never found a rifle with crystal and plasma tubes. Scotty on Reddit, who is an excellent tool finder, he has never found a plasma tube with crystals. Like, there's a lot of us that do this pretty much full time in this game, and we're still yet to find one. So that kind of says it all, really. They're incredibly rare. Right, so let's just get this marked up. So what I do is I put a save beacon, save there, and then I'm just going to call the freighter in. No, it's already in, so I'm going to do a comms station, and I do the comms station in red, and then I'm going to put here, I'm going to put put that, and then I'm going to put a base computer down. I'm going to plonk that there. I'm going to make this S-class colours, so I'll whack that there, and then I'm going to save. This is the bullshit I have to do with every single find, by the way. And by the way, even today I had a comment. I always get people saying, "Oh, I didn't see a comm station," or "I didn't see this." I put a base computer, a comms beacon, and a save beacon down at every single location. Not always a base, not always, but most of the time. There's always those three, and look, if people don't see it, it's not my problem. I do it, and it does take a bit of time. Really annoys me when people say that. They get like one guy today. Let's have a look on Reddit. Made me laugh. He's put. He's put, cheeky bastard, he's put, would it kill you to leave a comms ball at these places? Lol. I'm just like, I don't even have to freaking post these. I could keep all of these tools to myself, and here he is moaning about about not seeing a comms station. If only he was to know what we go through to find these tools. It killed me. Absolutely killed me. I thought, you cheeky sod. Right, let's just quickly. Sorry, I'm just ignoring chat at the moment. I just want to get all this sorted out. Right, 6 black. Oh, caps is on. That's just for my reference there, so I can walk back here and do a video and do all the picture taking and stuff like that, ready for an upload. Right, so and then what you need to do is you need to upload a certain number of base parts to be able to upload the base. So the first thing that I'm going to do is put a message module right in the middle here. This is just for anyone that's a bit of a noob. And then you just literally put reload, save here. Couldn't be any more clearer than that. But I guaranteed someone will message me saying I'm here and I'm seeing a different tool, blah de blah de blah. Right, now basic base, put it in my colour red, little door, in red. Oh, I need to make some carbon nanotubes. Right, basic base done. So that in the day that will hopefully store enough power just to keep this thing running here all day. The thing is I need to keep it to an absolute bare minimum because believe it or not, I mean I know you get like 16,000 base parts per save, but when you start plonking these down kind of twice a week, it all starts adding up really quickly. So I can't really go to town with bases, and it's a time thing as well. Like I don't want to spend hours building a base at every location. I just want to get enough to upload the base, and that's done. So what I'll do now is I'll wait for a few. I won't post this tool on Reddit or anywhere or on YouTube for about 4 or 5 days. So I discovered the system 5 days ago, but I'll wait another 3 or 4 days now for the base just to upload and stuff like that, because it just helps to try and prevent trolls and stuff from so like I've got all my stuff here switched to just me only, so I'll leave that on but turn that back to invite only. So yeah, basically all this does here is me plonking a base down will hopefully prevent trolls. They can still get round it, but hopefully prevents them from blocking this off, because I do have a great fan at the moment that's loving coming to all of my finds and blocking stuff off, but he's an idiot because you can basically just report the base and it will disappear for you. As soon as you report it, you can just get full access to the settlement. So that's what I do. I mean, that is literally my process there that I have to go through. It's not a big one, but it's just what I need to do every time I come to every time I find a new S-class. Right, so that's done. We've found that. I'm not going to bother taking pictures, but just for anyone that might have just joined the stream, this is what we've just found. We've got the Dreams of the Stars 55X-M65-VG5. It's an S-class mid-rifle. Let me just double check. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Yeah, 16 slots is a mid-rifle. This is an S-class mid-rifle. It can be upgraded to 24 slots, but as you can see, these black crystals here are very nice. So I'll just very quickly show you. Let me just make sure I've reloaded a save. I'll just quickly show you what it's like in first person. because the crystals should show in first person. So I'm going to buy that. So there's your crystals. Like, so I will typically do derelict freighter runs in first person. It's the only time I really play first person in this game, but I like to see the tool every now and then, and that looks quite cool, doesn't it? It's just a standard rifle, but those crystals make all the difference there. Like, if the tool didn't have the crystals, like, just try and picture it without the crystals, I wouldn't even look at this tool. But they there make a big difference. It makes it very unique. So anyway, right, let's get cracking on. I'm going to do maybe another hour and a half on this stream. So I'm going to look for some ships as well, so we'll get cracking on with that. So let me just reload this save, and let me just quickly catch up with some of the chat here. Thank you, I value your input, buddy. No worries, Ian, that's no problem at all. Index is my go-to. Yeah, Index is always my go-to. 278 Gek, 590 Viking, 388 Corvette. Well, there we go. So you unconsciously visit more Viking, right? That's Chevis. So it kind of goes back to my theory on why people think that they might see a lot more of things in Viking systems. It's because they probably visit a lot more Viking systems than they do anything else generally. Jean, good afternoon, welcome. I'm not sure what it is. It's probably good morning in Australia at the moment, or New Zealand. So yeah, good day. Welcome to the stream. Ian says, prefer to hunt my own, but have seen the odd piece on Index that I've lusted after. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. No shame in that. Going after other people's finds. Nice. I found the shark's teeth at the front of the barrel on an alien rifle. I'll get the video posted up by tomorrow, hopefully. Yeah, definitely post those. They're, as I said, like outside of the crystal and plasma tube combo. In my opinion, those alien shark tooths are the rarest tools in the game. So, and if you get one with like horns on the back as well as a crystal clip, you know, even rarer. So definitely get that posted up. Serious process, mate. Good on you. I went back and verified the plasma tube pink crystal experimental and sent you the info on Facebook message. Nice one, Chevis. I'll have to have a look at that. I think that's the one that's on the wiki as well, isn't it? It's quite a famous one. I forget the name of it, but I think I know which one you're talking about. I had someone ask me for chords on a vid of mine yesterday. It's always in my vid. Mate, Jean, tell me about it. The amount of messages that we get saying, where's the chords? The thing is, if there was a way to sort of blow them up on the screen in a video, I would do it. But it's a lot of admin work, especially if you're a bit of a noob with Photoshop like I am with Adobe. I'm not that great with it. And I'm definitely not great at doing video editing. I actually use just the standard Windows 10 video editing software that comes literally with Windows. It's like free, very basic. I don't use anything fancy at all. So I just use that. So yeah, but in every single one of my videos, at the very end of the video, I always show the glyphs for at least a minute on screen. I actually say that the glyphs are coming at the left hand side of the screen now, and I show them the planet and resources, but you still get questions about it, and it's just like, watch the damn fucking video. That's why we've done it. Like, if you want to skip through the video, fine, but just don't comment and ask for glyphs when they're bloody in the video. It's so annoying. I'm here, I'm seeing a different tool. Yeah, because you're at the tool, you have to reload like it says. Yeah, well, it's yeah, I'm here seeing a different tool, different class. Yeah, you're probably in the wrong galaxy, mate. No shit. Check your glyphs, check your galaxy, and then come back. Like I've said so many times on different streams and in videos as well, 99.9% of the time, the information from the poster is always correct. That 0.001% of the time they might be wrong, but most of the time, if someone isn't seen your tool, it's because they have fucked something up, not us. But for new, you can't be too harsh because you don't know how new they are in the game. But surely, if you've got to a point where you've basically collected all the glyphs, like you've travelled between galaxies, like this sort of stuff should be pretty basic knowledge, right? That's my view on it. So yeah, it's funny. Seems he's a super fan of, yeah. So Jean, that guy, he's done nearly 30 settlements of mine now. Let me just say that again. Not 13, that's nearly 30. Pretty much every single find since the Frontiers is more or less blocked off now, and I know that's going to get bigger. He's making a point of going to all of my tools. Ever since he was caught out and his picture was shown on the index, he's got some sort of a vengeance with me at the moment. So yeah, he's a bit of a Fruit Loop, this one. It's great because it gives a bit more exposure to me, and I'm just trolling him now, so he can do what he wants. I'm past the point of caring about him. Have to take off. Enjoy your night. Yeah, cheers, Johnny. Thanks for joining if you're still here. Nice one, mate. Having breakfast. Got to go to work soon. Yeah, it's a pain in the arse, isn't it, work? We all hate our jobs. Well, I don't enjoy mine, that's for sure. Right, I'm just going to grab some more maps before we move on. Do you know what? I might actually do a derelict freighter run here as well. So let me just sort these maps. Right, salvage data. Have I got any of my freighter? No. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly sell these Starship AI valves. That'll do. It's just under 1 billion. That will do. In fact, you know what? I'm going to go to another system and see if I can get that to just over 1 billion. Be nice to have just over 1 billion. Right. So let me just see if there's a traveller. Yep. Let me just see if I've been to him. I think I probably have. No. Thanks for the stream and happy birthday. I've got to head out now. Have fun, everyone. Yeah, cheers, Zoo, and much appreciated. Thanks for the donation, mate. Always appreciated and very, very kind of you. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I might catch you on one of your streams this week as well. You could grab DaVinci Resolve. It's free editing software and you can do heaps with it if you know how, unlike me who knows nothing. Yeah, I'm quite lucky because as far as I know, the Adobe the Adobe Photoshop video spit it out. I'm getting verbal vomit at the moment. the Adobe Photoshop video editing software that I use apparently is quite expensive, but I use it free because my brother works in the film industry and he uses that basically for his job, and he has his own personal one as well. So because he uses the one for work like more than anything really, even like in his own personal time, he just basically offloads his personal one to me, and he just sort of taught me the very basics of just sort of polishing up my photos. But when it comes to video editing, I am an utter noob. I know nothing about it. And to be quite frank, it looks like it's quite in depth. Like you do need to like spend a good few hours kind of learning it and stuff, and that's just to pick up the basics. So I just don't know as if I can be bothered with it, to be honest. I'm quite happy just doing what I do. I'm never going to ever be like a big channel or YouTuber and stuff, so you know, I guess if I somehow manage to get up to like 50,000 subs, then you know I might consider it, but I'm not going to push to get there either, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not fussed about YouTube and that. It's just a bit of fun for me. Sounds like he needs to get a life. Yep, he certainly does. He's just a young chav. I mean, he's been threatening to stab me. He's been abusing admins on the index because he's been blocked from the index as well. Like, he's a screw loose. Southwest London chav is what he is. Backup Ryan Atomizer. Yes, it is the one from the wiki. Yeah, that's the one. Yep. Yeah, really well known one, that. It's probably one of the first ones ever found, actually. It's about 3-4 years old, that. Even has, like, on the pictures, it's even got like the old S-Class logos and stuff. Right, so have I got... I've got one. Yeah, I bought that, didn't I? Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump to another system. I'm going to try and find a tier 3 system for this one. So let's see what we've got. Hold on. I need to get my drives upgraded as well. Oh, the stripper's back in the chat. That's going backwards. I want to go towards the centre. That's the one. Right. Right. There we go. Wealthy. So, oh no, I'm not going there. Looks like it's there's a moon and 2 planets. Definitely avoiding that. Right. Out of jump. Right. I'm quite restricted here because I haven't really got many upgrades. I might have to go to a tier 2. Bugger. Is that, how many planets are there? 4. Yep, that'll do. We'll go there. Tier 3. Right. DG squared. Welcome to the chat, my friend. Hope all is good with you. Four planets and a Gek. So let's just see what we've got here first, and then I'm just going to quickly do a derelict freighter, and I want to see what ships spawn in this system as well. So for looking at the ships in this system, I'm really going to just be after a fighter. So we're in the wrong system for that because it's a GEC, but there will still be 3 fighters in here. So I'm going to use the Vaughan spawn for that, which is a much faster way of looking at what ships are in a system. So I'm sure most of you are familiar with that, but I'll show you what to do with that in a second. Let me just see what I'm going to get for my AI valves. Yeah, that'll do. Over 1 billion. Bosh. I'm a billionaire. Right. Yeah, all good, thanks, DG. Very good, mate. It's my birthday today, so never going to be not that good on a birthday. Unless you're extremely depressed or whatever, but no, I'm all good. Right, there's fighter number 1 of 3. Absolutely no interest in that. Let's see what the tool is. B class. Let's quickly grab an upgrade. Teabags? Oh, Teabags is in the chat. Hi Teabags. Thanks for joining, mate. Got any sweet new bases at any of your outposts today, bro? I haven't checked actually. I've just put a base down though at a new S-class find I've just found. So we'll see if that gets trolled. Yeah, I did. I've put up. So I started reposting on Reddit again today, Tim, and I posted 2 recent finds. So we'll see. I'm going to go back to them in like a couple of days. But I've put a little comment under each find on Reddit, just talking about the troll. So I'm hoping it winds him up a little bit if he sees it. Right, what is all this crap? So, right, we'll get rid of this. We don't need that. We don't need this. And we don't need this. Do you guys ever use the phase beam? I never use that crap. Right, okay, so any travellers? Nope. Just quickly grab this. Right, let's go and see what other 2 fighters we've got in this system. So to do that, we're going to do the Vaughan spawn. Cup of tea. Oh yeah, I haven't grabbed my beer yet. I need to get a beer. Your admirer's friend tried to come deface my memorial on the pirate hub planet recently. God. I haven't found anything wrong with it though. What a twat. Once you go positron, you never go back. Yeah, that is true. Do you know what though? On Multitool, I used to be an avid, what do you call it? Positron. Not positron, what am I talking about? On the Multitool, I used to use the scatter blaster all the time, but I've changed now. I'm in a different camp. I'm now all about the pulse spitter. So I'm not using it on this. This is a new tool. But the pulse spitter is the one now. Now we've had these combat upgrades and we've got that new attachment of like extra damage for the pulse spitter, and because you can add more modules now that speed up the fire rate, that just rinses enemies now. So I think it's just as good, if not better, than the scatter blaster, and I actually prefer the animation on it and stuff now. So I've actually switched from 3 or 4 years of scatter blaster to just using the pulse spitter now. Right, so the Vaughan spawn, what you need is you need a freighter, right? And all you need to do is pulse into a little bit of clear area, and then you literally just call in your freighter, go into first person, and then on the D-pad, if you're playing on PlayStation or Xbox, you can scroll left or right, and as you'll see on the right hand side of your ship, the ship variants will show there of what's just spawned in. So we've currently got one hauler out of 7, a shuttle, a second shuttle, 2 shuttles the same, and that's it on that third shuttle that's different, and that's it on that spawn there. So that is all those ships there that are currently circling the freighter. So now what we'll do is we'll quickly move away from the freighter, pulse until this thing disappears there. So that's just disappeared, and we'll now call in the freighter again. And now the next wave of ships will appear, as you'll see there. So we've got an explorer, another type of, so look, we've got a needle nose there, a heavy needle nose, but it's got a dorsal fin. So it might be all white, it might be red and black, which is what I like. It definitely looks red. So I'm just going to quickly go in now, and I'm going to go into camera mode, and I'm going to just quickly have a look in camera mode once you get close to the ship at what colours it is. As you can see, it's a sort of red and white with a chrome front, so that's actually quite a nice fighter, that. But it's the dorsal fin is not for me, so I would prefer just to stick with the Vector for the moment. But that is the second fighter in this system. There's another shuttle down there, you can see. So look, we'll keep scrolling, so we'll keep looking down here. So, sorry, not a shuttle, that was a hauler. So that's it. So we've seen the second fighter. Now we're going to keep going until we see what the third fighter is. And if you're one of these people that likes looking for exotic ships, this is probably the best way to look for an exotic ship as well, because they it's just because you're spawning ships quite rapidly, they do tend to appear quite quickly. So that's the second ship again. That's the right. So that's the third fighter there. It's a jet with a box thruster. So it's that ship there. So that ship there that's currently highlighted with its health bar is that ship there. So you can't see the colour on the ship, but you can see what type of ship it is. And if you want to find out the colour, you just obviously try and avoid not going your freighter, but you just fly up to the ship as close as you can. This is going to try and make me difficult now. And then as you get up close, go into camera mode, get the sun so it shines on the ship, and there we go. It's a green and grey fighter, this, a jet fighter, not for me. So that's all I'm interested in. I'm not really interested in any other ship. I'd only want to pick up a fighter. And because this is a GEC system, you can only see a maximum of 3 different fighters, and we've just seen all those. So I'm going to go back into third person now, and now I'm going to go and do a derelict freighter run. Once I've done this derelict freighter run, I'm going to come back and sell the loot, and then I am going to see what exotic tool is in this system as well. So I'm going to go and do this derelict freighter run now. Neutron is doing work in our PvP tournament. Oh, interesting. I haven't tried the Neutron. I was thinking Blaze Javelin for some reason. Pole Spitter is a beast now, yeah. I'm all about the pole spitter now, definitely. Once you've got that gun maxed out, I don't think I have on this save. Bollocks. I might have just done a wrong in here because I haven't got much in the way of weapons. Right, let me just call... Right, just give me 2 seconds. Oh, bugger. I can't show you because I haven't got the bloody ingredients for it. Right, let's just move that there. Let's get that over there. Let's get this over here. Let's build this. Let's build this. Right, let's go and crack on with this now. I think this is my first derelict freighter run on this save as well. So I like to go into first person for this. I put on the torch. Right, let me just quickly catch up with chat. Always grab, as soon as you come to this door, always grab this because you get a lot of condensed carbon, you get a lot of sodium, and you get 3 repair kits and every single freighter that you do. And actually, these days, repair kits are really handy because you can use repair kits now to repair your mech if you're like a mech user, like a mech fighter person. Right, I'm just going to quickly catch up with chat. Effing shuttles, yeah. Pulse spitter, neutron is deadly, yeah, it is. Pulse spitter for me now all day long. Got to go to work. See you. Yeah, cheers, Jan. Thanks for joining, mate. Much appreciated. Enjoy your work. Not far from the weekend now. Got bored with exotic. Got myself a red Rata tire droid fighter in red now. Nice. Just Trip, welcome to the stream. Just Trip, wish the alien upgrades worked on something else besides the boltcaster. Did not know that until I watched Beeble's stream. Yeah. Did you start a new save? I've got stocks of exosuit expansion stops. If you, I did, yeah. This is kind of 7 or 8 hours into a new save. I've had to start about 2 or 3 new ones because I'm getting such a backlog of multi-tool finds. Like I don't like leaving the settlement until I've taken all the pictures and uploaded the video. So until I've done that, that save then just sort of stays put and freezes, and then I go on to the next save and start searching for tools on that save, and then I might find a tool and have to park that one there, and then on and just so on and so on. So I've got to a point where I've got like 9 or 10 saves now, and they're all kind of stuck at the settlement waiting for the video to be done. So I've had to sort of do 2 or 3 new saves just to sort of get the backlog cleared. So some guy that joined the stream earlier, I think he's left now, but he dropped me some AI valves. Delta 1, that was it. Yeah, he dropped me some AI valves and gave me 1 billion units, which was very kind of him. Right, so let's get cracking on with this. Yeah, I'm not interested in looking at all the loot. All the lore. So yeah, that's not going to be something for this stream. I'm just going to try and run through this and just grab what I can in first person. Now, for those that are new to the game, and I'm sure that everyone in this stream watching is not new to the game, but purple, this colour here, that's a dead end, and white is the way to go. So that is a dead end, and that is the way to go. But these rooms here do sometimes have loot worth collecting, so it's still worth looking at them. So there's potentially tainted metal and nanites in these rooms. It looks like we've got a freighter with those critters. That's a little bit annoying. Right. I don't normally check these things because they only give nanites. You can get the occasional rare item from them, but they do give a captain's log, which is what I'm after to get the tainted metal. Right, so I'm not going to worry about looking at any more then because I've just got that. So we can get cracking on. Again, I'm not going to look at any of the lore. I'm just going to skip. Did you start a new save? Yep, read that. Got to head out to walk the dog. Great stream as always. Really been enjoying watching. Yep, brilliant. Cheers, Delta One. Much appreciated, and nice one for those AI valves. That's been a big help. That it definitely will be a big help anyway. Saves me begging in the anomaly. It's a nice one. Just tripped my birthday 2 days ago. Yeah, well, March is great, right? It's when all the legends are born, apparently. Gotta go. Thanks for the stream, Austin. Good hunting. Yeah, cheers, Ian. Thanks a lot. Thanks for joining, mate. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I don't have much in the way of shield, so I'm just going to take it a little bit easy around. This is only normal mode, mind you, isn't it? Don't know why I'm even worrying. I play freaking hardcore FPS games normally. the most difficult achievement to get in any FPS game by an absolute country mile is Doom, the new Colossus, and it's the Mein Leben achievement. To basically complete the entire game without dying. Absolutely fucking impossible, that achievement. I've tried it so many times and I can't get anywhere. I've got about 4 or 5 hours into it before without dying. But the thing is the game, to complete the game, even speedrunning, it takes about sort of 12 to 15 hours. And like, if you die, that's it, you're gone. It's just the most annoying, hardest achievement you can possibly get in any game. I'd love to be able to get that. Done that one. I've done that, haven't I? Haven't picked up a single base part yet from those crates. They're complete luck, they are. Lasso Master on Halo, got to be the hardest achievement in any yeah. There's a lot of tough ones on that Master Chief collection. I must admit, I haven't played much of that myself. Like I'm a proper like full on achievement hunter in games. Like I've got 2,600 games on Steam, and I've got well over 200 perfect games. And yeah, I love it. I love it. But the Halo Master Chief collection is really daunting. Like that's a real long slog to do that game 100%. So I'm kind of like I'm not really going to be that fussed about sort of playing that game, if I'm honest. It's a bit of a grind, but yeah, I'm all about the achievement hunting. I've done it for years. I've had my Steam account probably for over 10 years now, and yeah, I've always been into that. The thing is with achievement hunting is a lot of people kind of really look down on that. They don't really like they see it as kind of, you know, what's the point? Well, I mean, I will guarantee that if you're not an achievement hunter, I would have probably have seen a lot more of the game than what people that don't achievement hunt do, if that makes sense. Like the thing with achievements in a lot of games, particularly games like The Witcher and open world games, is they really force you to kind of explore every nook and cranny of the game. There are the odd achievements where you get kind of like repetitive grindy stuff, and I don't like them, but I enjoy it because it really pushes you to literally cover every aspect of the game, like see multiple stories, you know, multiple different endings and stuff like that you probably won't normally see if you just kind of run through and get through as quickly as you can. It's also quite challenging because a lot of games these days have speed runs, and I quite like a speed run. Dishonored was a difficult game to get 100% in. Tough game, that is. It's not a tough game, but to get There's certain achievements in there where you've got to spend hours learning every single inch of the map to get it. Right, this is a tier 2, but you know what? This is my first derelict, so I'm just going to see if I get lucky and see if this is an S class. So I'm not going to go for a freighter bulkhead. I'm going to go for the technology just to see what we get. Probably be a C class, but let's have a look. Oh, it's an A. That's not too bad. I wouldn't use it, but that's better than nothing, I suppose. So that's that done. Right, just going to quickly catch up with chats. Yeah, Jant's off. Ian, yeah, thanks for joining, mate. Taking off for now. Yeah, cheers, Chavis. Thanks for joining, mate. Much appreciated. Right, I'm going to quickly see what exotic tools potentially might be in this system. So I'm just going to quickly go back and sell this loot. Yeah, I've got quite a bit to sell. Right, let's just quickly see what we've got in this system. So that's my 6 buildings, and we're going to go straight to the minor settlement and start hunting down this A-class cabinet. That shouldn't take too long because this is a tier 3. So if we get the S-class quickly, then it's a nice bonus, but all I'm interested in finding now is the native A-class tool, and that hopefully, because it's a tier 3 system, it shouldn't take too long. And then we can just see what we've got in the system in terms of what tools spawn into the settlement. So the tool on the space station was a B class. and this is a different tool. So this might be a C or an A. So this is a C. I'm just going to quickly check the terminals to see if we can get some nav data as well, and then as soon as I get one block of nav data, we can just forget that, because you can only pick up one lot of nav data per planet within a given 2 or 3 hour period. So basically, once you've found one block of data in those terminals, then you can just ignore, unless you want to buy something else, you can just ignore all the other terminals that you come to, because most of the time you'll be at, you won't be in the system long enough to worry about other terminals spawning the nav data. This is the C class again. It's a shelter. Right, this is going to be really awkward, because what this is doing is it spawns the shelter here, right? But the trouble is over here on this planet is another minor settlement. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buildings, which is the maximum amount of buildings you can have. So what I've actually got to do now, which is a pain in the arse, is I've got to go to this minor settlement here, because until I can clear this settlement, it's going to remain locked, so I can't basically uncover any more buildings. So I'm going to need to go here and probably start a new search on this planet and just go back to that one there. So that's the first. So I've got to remember that planet there, Exo. Well, that took a while to pop in. Right, so let's see what we've got here. I think this might have been the one that was on the station. No, right, okay, so that is actually a different tool as well. So that is, as far as I'm concerned at the moment, that's going to be the native A class. So what we're going to do is just reload a save here, because that tool there is the space station tool. So we're going to reload a save. And just see what we get here. So that's another pistol, so we don't worry about that. So I'm going to just place a beacon here, so that will now be permanently showing up on the map. And I'm now going to fly back to the planet we were just on. So this will be quite a quick one to do, this system. Yeah, it was this planet. and we're going to reload a save here, and that will obviously spawn this planet's multi-tool pool, and then we're going to go back there and rinse repeat on every planet in this system. But there's only 4, so this one won't take long. What I'm actually going to very briefly do is I'm just going to quickly pop and to go to the toilet, and I'm just going to get a drink. So just bear with me for 5 minutes. I'm just going to leave the stream for 5 minutes. I'll be back very shortly. Ouch. Absolutely boiling in this office. Oh, right. Sorry about that, people. I just had to grab myself a beer there. And it's a lovely, ice cold Moretti. What a treat. Right. Off to the A class. I should really get a live a camera sorted out for these streams. Make it a bit more authentic and all that mumble. So let's see what we've got. Are we going to get a nice surprise, or are we going to get a really boring standard tool? It's a really boring standard tool. So on to planet number 3. So this planet is tucked just behind, in fact both the last 2 planets are both here. So there's one down there unknown, and there's one just behind this one here, unknown. So we need to go to these last two here. So dead simple. There's 16 likes on this stream. That's good. Anything in double figures is good for me. Just going to quickly see what colour this planet is, because oh no, not for me. I was going to say it looks like a bit of a sort of paradisey type planet. And once again we'll reload a save here. See, I much prefer flying in third person because you get quite a few good different views around the ship, but it's handy because when you're on planets and you're looking for like points of interest, it's just much easier to kind of use this view to look around on the planet than it is in first person. Some people are different though. I mean, some people I've watched much prefer sort of flying in first person, but yeah, not for me. I much prefer this this view. Another pistol. So this is the last planet, and it's just down here. There we go. So, what type of planet is this? Looks like an airless world. Yep. Right, so we'll reload a save and then head back. Oh my god, that beer is going, it's ice cold, it's going down a treat. I've got a feeling I might have to have another one after this. Right, where's this planet? There she is. And finally a rifle. Ukrainian flag, that. Or a Vortec. So yeah, we've basically done all of the planets now. So there's nothing for show really worthwhile looking at in this system. We've had a look at the ships as well, so we're going to move straight on now to the next system. Belt Napier Delato just subscribed. Thank you very much. Thanks for the subscription. I'm sure you're here probably for multi-tools, and if you are, you're in the right place. Right, so let's get on to the next system. I'm going to stick to a tier 3 again, I think, here. So let's just try and find a tier 3. I definitely need to get my hyperdrive upgraded as well, for that exact reason. Right, let's push forward. I'm just conscious I haven't got much range on this hyperdrive yet. Yeah, see, I'm already out of range. I want to try and stick to a tier 3 if I can. So let's have a look. What have we got here? It looks like a 4 planet system and no moons. So yeah, we're going to go here. Always at least 4 planets and ideally no moons if we can. Right, so that's potentially a native A class. So the interesting thing here, and this is not necessarily a fact. This is more of a opinion, certainly more of an opinion. But even on standard tools, if you see a crystal on a standard tool, regardless to whether it's a pistol or a rifle, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes that can mean that there's another exotic tool in this system. Because so what tends to happen is, this is a pistol, right, in the A class band, and you'll find that there'll be probably this system potentially may be quite a pistol dominant system. If this was a rifle, it might be quite a rifle dominant system. And because the game is RNG, as you'll see sometimes with certain ships coming into the system, they can have the same parts, and they can be roughly in the same colours. And this long nose has just come in here now. Now long noses are not overly common. Like obviously we see them quite often, but they're not like one of the regular spawning fighters in any system. So basically what I'm trying to say is this is quite an uncommon fighter to see relative to other fighters like barrel noses and vipers coming into the system all the time, right? But what you'll find is how RNG tends to work, in my experience, is if this was a Viking system, I reckon you would probably see another one of these fighters. Or you might see another fighter with vector wings. So out of all the different options you could possibly get, it does tend to throw out something very similar, or try it. The RNG seems to try and stick to some form of a theme with what it's spawning in that system. So it might be that it's spawning the same parts on 2 or 3 of the ships, or even the same ship but with different parts, maybe very similar colours, and so on and so on. And it isn't uncommon to see that sort of theme, and it also kind of carries over to multi-tools as well, because what I found is if you see 1 or 2 pistols, there will be probably a lot more pistols in that system as well, because it's trying to stick with a theme. And if you see an experimental pistol, it's very, very there's a very good chance that you might see an alien or an experimental pistol or rifle in the same system as well. So you might get like at least a couple exotic tools in the same system, and it's the same sort of theory behind the crystals. These are sort of classed as an exotic attachment on a multi-tool, on any tool. And because it spawns in this potentially native A-class cabinet a crystal, there is a chance that there could be either another tool with exotic attachments in the system, or an alien or experimental. Like I said at the start of this, that isn't a fact. That's just based on my experience and talking to other hunters in the community. It's something that it seems to be a bit of a theme and a bit of a trend that happens, but it's not fact. There's no one's really done any sort of experiment on that to actually see if it's a thing. And I don't know how you would do it, to be honest, but right, I'm just going to quickly see if there's any travellers. Nope. Let me just go and check, because I need some glyphs. Bolt Napier Delator says, no, I subscribe to support a fellow Indexican. Well, thank you very much, and welcome, fellow Indexican. Good to see you. Happy birthday, thank you very much. Yeah, it is indeed my birthday today. I'm not going to say how old I am, but it's between 30 and 40, I'll say that. Right, so we're in a 4-planet system, and I'm going to spawn all of these planets' tools into that cabinet. So what I do is I always save the closest planet to the station as my last planet, and I basically work clockwise from here. So this is the first planet that we can see clockwise, so I'm going to go here first. I always just check to see if there's one tucked behind the planet, which there isn't, and the next one's over there on the right. So we're going to work clockwise around the back of the station and come back, and then all I'm going to do is that space station cabinet is an A class. More often than not, the space station cabinet is the native class of the tool that spawns in there. Not always, but more often than not it is. So at the moment we're just going to assume that tool is a native A class until basically proven otherwise. So we're going to see what spawns in there, because any tool that spawns into an A class cabinet is potentially obtainable as an S class. So that's why we're going to reload and see what each of these planets spawns into that space station cabinet, because any of these A class tools that spawn into that cabinet we potentially could get as an S class. So that's what we're going to do. And I'm going to have another sip of this beer. Tell a lie, I had 2 sips. Oh, that was good. Right. And I'm also going to check the fighters out in this system. There's only, because it's a GEC system, there's only going to be 3 different variants of fighter. So that won't take long. I've got enough money now to buy a couple of ships, and I just need to get this upgraded as well. The other thing as well is the colour of the space station does quite often reflect, just like it does with freighters and some ships in the system and frigates as well. It does sometimes give a good indication as to what sort of colour a part or all of the tool is going to be. See what I mean? That's another pistol there. So that's 2 pistols we've seen. Right, and then off to the right we go to the next planet, which is there. It's annoying when it does that. Just randomly stops and says there's ships near you. How many more have we got to do? 2, isn't it? Yep. So that's a standard rifle. And then the third planet is just over here. Quite a nice looking planet, this. It's not a bad looking planet, actually. I quite like this sort of sea green slash blue type of grass. You don't see it that often. Yeah, it's quite a nice planet, this. I'm just sort of debating whether I should plonk a base computer down. Going to see what fighters we've got in this system. So there we go, we've got a potential alien here. See what I mean about the crystal? And it's an alien with black crystal as well. So although, like what I've been saying, just take it with a grain of salt. With the amount of experience myself and a few others have at doing this, there are certain themes and patterns which kind of, in theory and opinion, help increase the chances that you're going to see an alien or an exotic kind of tool appear. And I quite like that planet, so it wouldn't be a bad thing to actually look for this multi-tool and then actually make a little base on that planet somewhere. This is definitely going to be one worth looking for. I'm not too keen on this colour here, the skin, but the black crystals, I do like the black crystals in these. The end of Voixcar -V. So yeah, I'm probably going to hunt for this as an S-class. I mean, it's one that I'm definitely on the fence about whether I should bother. But just because of the black crystal, I think this is going to be worth potentially looking for. But if you remember, I sort of said at the start of the stream, so I'm just going to reload a save on this planet, on the space station. So if you remember, the tool on the default tool is this tool here. But like I said, if there's an exotic part on the tool, or even if this is like a C class, but like an experimental pistol or an alien pistol, even if it's like naff, not that great, it means that the chances all of a sudden are a lot higher if you see something like this, that you're going to also see an alien or an experimental in the system. It's not fact, it's purely an opinion and a theory based on experience, but it is a trend and a theme we see quite often. So if you see that, it's definitely it's definitely worth just basically having a little nose around the system and seeing what you can find. So I'm just going to reload on this last planet closest to us here, just to see what we get here. And then if nothing is of interest here, we're going to go back to that last planet that was quite nice looking, because that's the same planet that the that A-class tool spawns on. So I'm going to quickly reload here. Yeah, it's quite nice. I mean, like I said, if that had maybe a different colour crystal, if it wasn't a black crystal, I might have just moved on to the next system. Like I don't necessarily go after every single alien and experimental tool that I come across. Only ones that I personally think are quite nice, or ones that I might not think are that great, but I think could be quite popular with the community. Like other people might like it. And black crystals are quite sought after. Like people just tend to like them for some reason. I mean, I think they look quite good, but the skin on the tool wasn't that nice, in my opinion. It's not something I would have in a my own sort of collection, if that makes sense. Just like this tool here has got a black crystal, but I'm definitely not going to keep this tool in my collection. But some people, because of the red and the black, will love this tool. But this isn't my sort of tool. So here we have just a standard pistol. So we're going to head now back to the planet that spawned that tool, and I'm just going to knock out a couple. No, in fact, first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check the fighters out in this system. So the planet that we're going to go to is this one here. New Icongo, IC whatever, I can't pronounce that. So I'm just going to quickly see what fighters spawn in this system. So we know that there's already one long-nosed fighter. So I've got two more to have a look at. Haulers are nice, but their handling for sort of exploring around planets is shocking. So I'm not gonna grab a hauler, not unless it's really, really nice. Right, so there's the second fighter. It's a jet with quasar wings. Definitely not my style. So we've got one more fighter just to have a look at. No, not in that spawn. There wasn't one in that spawn there. Right, so that... Right, this is where this method becomes a problem. Because as soon as you get hostiles after you, the ships will disappear. So when they spawn in, you'll see. Maybe they've changed that with the update. Because they used to disappear. But perhaps the Frontiers update changed it, I don't know. Anyway, we'll see if they have disappeared, because we'll call in the freighter again now. Oh, that is different. Right, so that's the last fighter there. It's a barrel nose tie wing, but it's got that dorsal fin, that bloody dorsal fin. I'm just going to see what colour it is. It looks yellow, doesn't it? Oh, the camera's going all askew here. Yeah, it's the same colour as the space station. It's like a cream, a sandy red. Yeah, not for me. Right, so I'm going to get to that planet now. Not that planet. Not that one. God, these asteroids get in your way as well, don't they? Losing my bearings here now. There it is. That one there. Right, so now we're on the hunt for the S classes. God, I smashed that beer. That was lovely. Delta 1 says, hate the dorsal fin. Yeah. Only works with the mecha, in my opinion. Yeah, the mechas look good. I like the mecha wings. I prefer the 7 wing to the 5. The 3 mecha wing looks good on some ships as well. But yeah, I know what you mean. So I'm gonna get all 6 buildings highlighted. So use 6 maps. I think that's all 6 now. Right, so let's go and have a look at the settlement. Right, I'm getting some big frame rate drops at the moment, so this is the older system of the 3 that I have, and this is normally a sign that my poor little fans are on overdrive at the moment, and they're trying to cool the older cards down. That's probably why I'm getting some frame rate drops at the moment. The system is probably throttling itself. Right, so I'm going to reload. In fact, I'm not going to reload a save just yet. Let's just see what other tools we've got in that pool there. So that's the C class. Yeah, I'm going to reload. See what this planet C class is. It's another pistol. Just going to see if we can get some nav data. Yeah, perfect. So we don't have to worry about any of these terminals now. We'll put that on the starship. So we got 123 there. Now, in a tier 3 system, that can go up to about 185, I think. It's around about that figure anyway. So I've got kind of the lower end of the amount that you can potentially get. And in tier 2 systems, that drastically drops down to about, I think it's between sort of 60 and 80 nav data is like maximum you can get. You definitely can't get over 100. Right, so yeah, it's looking very likely that this tool is in fact the native A tool. That's 2 out of 2 we've had now. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have to go back down and get the 6. Yeah, this I've got quite lucky actually on this stream. Pretty much every system I've been in has been more or less a new potential find, which is not uncommon, to be fair. I mean, like I said, like most multi-tool hunters will search only in systems where they see an A-class spawn on the space station, but I literally search in every single system for, first of all, the native A-class cabinet, and then I look for the S-class if any tools spawn. I just think that the way that I do it is like if a multi-tool hunter just looks for A-class cabinets in tier 3 and tier 2 economies, and then once they stumble across an A-class cabinet, they then try and obviously spawn all of the planet's tools into the space station cabinet to see what appears. I mean, I used to do that when I first started, but I found that it could actually take you like an hour or more just to get into a system that actually has an A-class cabinet on the station. And then on top of that, you've got to then hope that once you're in that system, an A-class exotic tool like this one spawns into that cabinet. So I mean, you could literally be looking for 2, 3, 4 hours before you see a tool. But the way I do it is, in every system that I visit, without fail, I look for the A-class cabinet. Oh, this is going to be a problem here. I'm going to have to reload a save. In every single tool, in every single system, I look for the A-class cabinet, and I will put my house on it and put anything that I own on the fact that the way that I do it, I will see more exotic tools and more exotic tools quicker than somebody that just looks for A-class cabinets on the space station. Because I tend to see an exotic tool in every kind of 3 to 5 systems that I visit. Just roughly on average. I don't know that for a fact, but just from the top of my head, every sort of 3 to 5 systems, I will see like a exotic tool. Now, whether I actually decide to hunt for that tool or not is two different things, but I reckon compared to somebody that just looks for A-class cabinets on the station, they probably see an exotic tool kind of every 10 to 30 systems that they visit, you know. So yeah, it's kind of horses and courses and all that sort of stuff, but yeah, I just think that my method, although it can be a bit boring because you've got to first of all find the A-class cabinet and then you've got to look on all the planets, I still think that that is a quicker and more efficient way to look for multi-tools than it is by going just by the A-class cabinets on the space station. That's just my personal opinion. People can do it kind of however they want and however they feel comfortable. But yeah, that works. My way works for me anyway. So what I'm saying is I can probably play this game less than like your typical multi-tool hunter out there, because they will need to play and plug a lot more hours to see an exotic than what I will, if that makes sense. So this was actually a native A-class. So the space station cabinet in this system was an A-class, and this tool spawned into that cabinet by reloading on this planet. So yeah, this is the station cabinet, as we know, is more often than not a native class of the tool. This has now spawned either at least 3, possibly 4 times in a row now as an A-class. So this is definitely like 100% the native A-class in this system, or certainly on this planet anyway. It's quite a nice planet this as well, so I'm going to get a little base built on this one, I think. Yep, I'm looking for the S of this tool now. Nice and lucky for my birthday. Yeah, could get 2 S classes today. We've already found 1, so this could be the 2nd S class, but obviously very early doors. It could take a few minutes, but it could take several hours. It's getting quite late here actually in the UK as well, so I'm probably going to go through maybe another 5 or so settlements, and then if we haven't found it in the next sort of 5 or 6 settlements, I'll probably call it a night. It's been quite a long stream, this, a nice long birthday stream. So this here is, I think, the B. This is possibly the native B that has spawned down into a C. Delta 1, thank you very much. Love the content. Cracking open a beer for your birthday. Have a pint in me. Cheers. Very, very kind of you. Thanks for doing that. Much appreciated. 07 in the chat for Delta 1. Beer on you. Thank you very much. Mind you, in London these days, that'll be probably half a pint of beer. Oh no, okay, so this might be the native B. But look, again, another black crystal. So remember, the space station had a had a crystal clip. This has got a crystal, and we've got an alien with black crystal as well. So you can see there's a theme there. And you know, if I carry on doing some live streams, and you might sort of start to see certain patterns and stuff yourself that just sort of, you know, not even really thinking about, you pick up on as you're hunting and stuff. Probably only half a pint in the US as well. Yeah, I mean, I actually live outside of London in a surrounding county, so it's not as expensive round here. But in London, where my office is, you're paying sort of between £7 and £10 for a beer now, like a pint of beer. It's ridiculous. It would be all right if we all have had sort of huge pay rises over the last few years, but the world doesn't work like that. Yeah, good question, Mac Attack, and welcome to the stream. So, I actually haven't sort of made a point of discussing that, because I've been hoping that someone brings that question up on a stream. So, I'm just going to quickly explain this, and I'm not going to play the game for a second while I explain this. Mac Attack has asked, do the charts ever show a settlement that you have already been to? The answer to that is yes, they do. Now, there's a few things here. So when you're on a planet and you're looking on a planet for minor settlements, you will probably find that you'll get to kind of about, I would say, just off the top of my head, you'll get to about maybe your 70th, or anywhere between your 70th and maybe 90th settlement, which is already a very, very, very long-winded search for a tool, right? Most of the time you'll typically find a tool within sort of 20, 30, 40 or 50 settlement. So once you go past 50, you're kind of already into a lengthy search, well into a lengthy search, and you're above my average. So I will tend to find an S-class rifle, my literal average is 48 settlements. But once you get to about 70, or maybe slightly more, very occasionally one of the maps might send you back to a settlement that you've already been to. This is specific to planets, right? Now, the only way that you can tell if you've been to that settlement before, there's two ways that you can tell. The first way is, and this is always best practice, but I don't bother doing it, is these save points here. These save points are at every single settlement in the game, right? So regardless to the life form or the style of the settlement, there's always one of these waypoints here. Now, as you can see, at the moment, there's nothing I've got marked here, but watch. I'm going to save at this way. This is just purely for the purpose of explaining this, and I need to explain this thoroughly. So now you can see I've just saved, and this is showing up as 1. So basically, if you want to keep track of how many settlements you've been to, what you'll find is every new settlement that you've been to, as you approach this, it will say unknown, and then you save it, and once you've saved it, it then has a name, and that now will permanently stay here forever. So once you've saved here, that will remain permanently saved as a point of interest that you've been to, and this will remain permanently at whatever number of settlements you've been to. So if you don't go to any other, if you don't basically, because you get these waypoints at various other buildings as well, but if you just ignore everything and just save at minor settlements, what you're doing is you're logging here, and this is infinite, you're logging here how many you've been to. So that's one way of knowing whether you've been to a settlement or not. The second way, and this only works over a period of about a week, but the second way is by collecting the nanites here, if the settlement has those nanites, but every settlement has these on the table regardless of the style. Now if you've been to a settlement that you've previously been to before, and you make sure you make a point of collecting the nanites and collecting these, if you've been to the settlement before, as soon as you walk in, let's just say I went to this one half an hour ago, as soon as you walk in, that will be empty because you've already collected the nanites. As will these here. You won't be able to interact with these because you've already collected the things in there, and that will remain empty. Both that there and these will remain empty in real time for about a week of real time gameplay. Real time. After about a week to 10 days, these then respawn. So if you leave it too long, there's no way of telling. So that is how you can tell if you've been resent to a settlement that you've already been to. It very, very rarely happens between 1 and 70 settlements or 1 and 80, but from 80 onwards it does become a bit more of an issue, as in probably from 70 or 80 settlements onwards, you might get sent to resent to a previous settlement you've been to, probably 1 in every 8 or 9. So roughly, let's just say 1 in every 10. So from kind of 80 to say 150, you might get sent to kind of 5 to 10 settlements that you've already previously been to. Now sorry this is a bit in depth, but cheers Delta One, enjoy your dinner and enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll probably be off stream once you're back, because I'm going to be cutting it short soon. I'm just going to quickly explain this. So yeah, on every single planet, there's probably, there will be a finite number of settlements on every planet, regardless of the size. But roughly speaking, there's probably, I would say, at least 300 settlements on every single planet. I've had over 240 settlements that I've found before actually finding an S-class on a particular planet before. I've had several over 200, I've had a lot over 150, and I've had quite a lot over 100. There's probably at least, I would say, around 300 or more minor settlements on every single planet. Now the big difference here, and this is why I don't search on moons, is moons have way less settlements than planets. And actually what you'll find is when you get to about the 65 to 70 mark on a moon, that is kind of probably near to the maximum amount of settlements on that moon, again regardless to the size of the moon. So what you'll find is when you start getting to kind of 55 or 60 settlements on the moon, you really do start getting sent a lot to settlements that you've previously been to. So instead of being sort of 1 in 8 or 9 settlements that you get resent to on a planet, on a moon, after a certain number, maybe about 50, after hitting the 50th settlement, you might find that you start getting sent to the same settlement maybe 1 in every 3 or every 4, and it's really, really frustrating. It really slows the whole process down, and it just makes everything a lot more difficult. So just purely for that's the main reason why I don't search in systems that have moons. Not only are they difficult to navigate around when you're flying out of the atmosphere and coming back down to settlements, it's really tricky, and it actually takes longer to go from settlement to settlement on a moon than it does on a planet, weirdly. So there's 2 or 3 reasons why I try and avoid systems with moons at all costs, because they're a pain in the arse and they actually make your process slower. So that's quite a long-winded way of explaining that, but in short, yes, they do. It isn't uncommon to be sent back to a settlement that you've been to, but it really only starts to happen once you get really into a search. Very, very, very rarely will you be resent to a settlement you've previously been to when you're kind of 20 or 30 deep into a search in terms of settlements. So you typically you don't really need to worry about it. And even if you do, like I said, it does slow it down a bit if you're saving at certain points, like these waypoints. Like, I don't bother because I just like to do it as quickly as I can now. But you can keep track of it, and you can certainly see if you've been there or not. There is a way to do it. So yeah, that is the explanation there on that side of things. What I should do really is do one stream where I do make a point of saving at all of those, so that people can see roughly how many you get sent back to, and it won't be that many. Like, you can probably count on 2 hands. Thank you for the in-depth explanation. Yep, no problem at all. It's what these streams are for. This is the B class. Right, the next settlement that I get to, which has the tool that I'm looking for, as soon as I get to a settlement that has that tool, I'm going to call it a day, I think, on this stream. I'm feeling a bit tired now. God, I've done some long streams the last couple of weeks. I'm not used to this. I don't even normally play the game for this long, kind of non-stop normally. I normally have like some good breaks in between and stuff. or I won't play for a day and then come back on like the following day or whatever. Zigglepaz, welcome to the chat. I'm going to be finishing the stream soon, though, mate. You've come in sort of right towards the end of the stream, unfortunately. Once I get to the next settlement that has the tool that I'm trying to look for, just so I've got it as a reference point, I'm probably going to be ending the stream there. So in the next few minutes, really. It's been another 3 or 4 hour stream again today. Yeah, I found, so if you remember in the last stream, we left at a point where we had found a mid rifle with black crystals on the top. So we hunted for that in S class and we found it in an S class, and then I think 2 systems after that we got to this system, and we've got fairly decent, it's just sort of an average looking alien mid rifle, and that's what we're looking for now in S class. So we've had 2 on this. We've had an S class find as well as a new tool to look for on this stream. Yeah, I've the last sort of I don't know, the last sort of 3 weeks really, I haven't really found anything sort of fancy. They've all just been pretty standard tools and stuff really. It goes like that sometimes though. Some months you'll get kind of just average tools, but then the next month you might find 3 or 4 really good sort of super rare ones. It just goes like that. Luck of the draw. Ups and downs. Yeah, so this is the tool here that we're going to be looking for as an S class. This is the native A. So this is just a mid rifle. It will have, as an S class, it will have a maximum of 16 slots, but you can obviously upgrade that. But it's in like a snake skin, red and black trim, or actually that could be orange. Yeah, orange and black trim, and these black crystals. The black crystals are nice. I do like the black crystals on these. So yeah, that's what I'm going to be looking for on the next stream. So yeah, look, I've got this here. I've got a reference point, so I know what I'm doing. Cheers, DG. No problem at all, mate. Yeah, no worries. I enjoy doing it for the community and stuff. I enjoy it for myself as well. But I do enjoy the hunt. and I'm probably not going to stop until I get this bloody experimental with crystals and plasma tubes. I think as soon as I get that, I'm done. I'm going to call it a day. So I'm just going to make a couple of saves. Zigglepaz says, to be fair, I'm only after specific ones. They have to be green main colour and red secondary, and already have 2 alien and a experimental. I've actually found 2 or 3 green and red themed alien rifles before. I'll probably have to dig them out, but yeah, I can have a look and maybe dig them out and show you on a stream. But I think they were probably about a year ago now. I remember one of them. I just called it like a Christmas decoration. But anyway, so I'm gonna call it a day here, guys and girls, ladies and gents. It's been good to catch up with everybody. Really appreciate everyone for joining, for commenting, for getting involved in the chat. Good questions. I hope people have sort of picked up some stuff as well, and picked up some points or learnt something today. Really appreciate the likes. Any new subs, really appreciate that. Particularly a big shout out to Zoo Gaming and to Delta One as well, who donated some money today on my birthday as well, which is always nice. So yeah, very very kind of you. You don't have to do that, and much appreciated. So yeah, Mac Attack, thank you very much. Flying Brian, nice to see you again, mate. Zigglepaz, good to see you. DG, great to see you. Delta One, really appreciate that. Belting Pierre Delata, thanks for the sub, and a fellow Indexicon there. It was good to see Jules on earlier as well. Jules is the founder of the Interstellar Index, and he popped in and was in the chat for a little bit as well. So good to see Jules. And Teabags. Teabags is a really well known base builder. His base is currently featured in the Anomaly, and it is the great big iron giant sort of sentinel robot. That is Teabags, aka Tim, and he's a fellow admin on the Interstellar Index as well. One of the co-founders, well, he's one of the early birds in that group, and he's actually one of the original glitch builders. He was kind of glitch building maybe even before Beeblebum, so he actually has found quite a few things out with regards to that. So a big shout out to Teabags as well. Just Trip, Ian Rollings, Chevis, another Indexicon there. Obviously the spamming naked chat, always getting involved in the chat there, so I don't know what to say about that really. But yeah, I think Johnny as well, Junt. Yeah, it's been a good old little session today. So yeah, I'm going to call it a day. Enjoy the rest of your evening, whatever you're doing. Enjoy the hunt, and I'm sure I'll be doing another live stream in the next week. Hopefully in the next few days. I might do one this weekend actually. And I've got quite a few tools to post, so just keep your eye out on the Reddit pages and YouTube and stuff like that as well. So yeah, I'm off, and enjoy the rest of your evening.